Hello there. How is everybody doing? Well, I felt like it was time to jump back in and just do some casual streaming for some art that I didn't finish last time. And for once, unless I'm missing something very obvious right now, there's no technical problems. So that's a good start. Let's take a look here. Just checking all my outputs to make sure that everything is where it needs to be. Yeah. Okay. So far, so good. Anywho, hello and welcome. So, for those of you that got a notification, you probably already know what this is, but I am going to be finishing up literally from where we stopped last time, because I haven't touched it since then. I'm going to be working on some outfits that I've been doodling at on my spare time. So I'm going to see if I can just wrap that up today. And mostly, because it's only one that I have to do the line art for left, it'll mostly be coloring today. And it's not going to be too particularly complicated, mainly because this is all very cel-shaded and not going to be a lot of layers either, because that's kind of the point. There's not supposed to be. So this is probably going to be pretty chill and not a lot of difficult work that I have to do this time. It's mostly just going to be hanging out, putting down some colors, and then, yeah, see how far we go. Anywho, not going to ramble on too much. Let's jump in, and then you can see kind of where we're at and what we'll be doing. So here we are. Pretty much literally where we left off last time. And just to run through what it is that we have, if I can just grab all my layers that you can't see. So what we started out with was the casual outfit, the PJs sort of like base that I drew, just so I had something to sort of reference. Then we went over to the climbing gear, and then the canyon outfit, and then I've been adding the rest from there. So the pillow delivery one, the gecko outfit, the coat with the long meerkat, no, what am I saying? Weasel, I don't know, long animal thing. And then finally, I'm going to do this one, which is, it's hard pressed to call it an outfit, but let's see, where did I put that layer? It was here. But there is an outfit underneath all that hair, and also the hair kind of stands out. So that's what we'll be looking at. And I've gone as far as to prep the soundtrack, so I don't have to deliberate that much. I'm going to be playing the Link to the Past soundtrack, and then we'll jump on to other things. So let's start there. There we go. Okay. So let's take a look-see at what we have. Let's see, I have to find my layers. Okay, there we are. So I'm going to be just kind of casually sketching in little hair tufts, just to sort of get a rough base for what I want, and then I'll start, finagling a little bit and getting all of the different pieces exactly where I want them. I have a suspicion that I want to put this arm a little further out, because I've noticed that it's kind of not great on most of them. Like if I do a flip here, it feels like this hand should be over here. So I might take a look at that pretty early on. There's also a couple of things that I will mention throughout the stream, because some things have happened, but as per usual, I am kind of expecting people to be a little bit late joining in here, so I'll let those news bits wait for a little bit for now. Also, just mentioning this kind of offhand, because last stream, it was dead quiet in here for like almost 45 minutes. So don't be afraid to write anything in chat. Like, nobody's gonna yell at you. Yeah. We're not evil in this stream. Well, at least as far as I'm aware. It might be a little more. Alright. Now let's see. I am mostly happy with where this is going so far. I do have to be careful that the volume is kind of where I want it to be. Good to know you're not evil. Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, I'd say that that's a good trait to have. Maybe not everyone agrees, but I tend to fall into that category. Let's see. So it is technically supposed to be dragging across the ground, but the ground here is a little dubious. Like, I don't know what kind of counts as the ground, so we're just gonna have to play it a little bit by ear, I think. Now, I did kind of like that it drags behind sort of like a cape or a cloak. But I have to be careful not to have it go too far, because I do want to sort of put these together as kind of like a rough composition. So I think I'll probably stick to about this length at the maximum. Just for safety's sake. Big fan of the Savant albums and Owlboy. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, they're both starting to be a while since I worked on those. These days it's mostly Vikings and trampoline stuff, which thankfully isn't too far away now. We're gearing up towards the second part of our tour. So we finished going to, well, we didn't attend in person, but we did have someone displayed for us in San Francisco. But me and Julie, my spouse, will be going to Kyoto in person. So that'll be May, what is it, 21st, 22nd, I think. So we'll be showing that off at Bit Summit. And I'll be repeating this later, so don't worry about that. And then my business partner Joe will be headed to Sweden to be showing it off there. So we're slowly mounting up our final journey for this game. The thing is, I've said this before, but like, Vikings is not the end-all be-all for what we're doing. I realize that a lot of you mostly know us for Owlboy and that sort of thing. And don't you worry, we haven't forgotten about all of that. But, I mean, I repeat it every time I do this stream, but unfortunately the linchpin of this whole thing has ended up becoming Vikings, because it's taken so long to complete because of some other obligations that we've had. So we have to unfortunately get Vikings out the door first, and then sort of figure out where our steps are, and then I think we can start looking at other things. .tm. Because I realize that, you know, I've been saying this for years now, that there's a lot of things on the horizon that you will enjoy once it happens, but I'm not saying it for no reason. It's just that if I start blabbing about it now, it will probably give people kind of the wrong idea. Or set expectations in a way that might not work out so well. Just have to get over the one hurdle. See, we got some familiar faces. Welcome. I am currently adding this handbag of... I think what I had in mind for this particular thing was a, like... it's some kind of... there are... scrolls, I think? I think she's delivering some kind of news or information or something. I think that's what I had in mind. Of course, the entire point here is that I just make stuff up on the go, so I don't necessarily have a plan for it. But I think that's maybe once I'm done with some other stuff, and I have the option to think a little bit more freely. I think maybe I should start doing the opposite. So, for some context, part of the reason why you see me draw Mira so much, or why I started Donny Friday, or all of those other things. And I've probably mentioned this before, but, you know, you end up repeating yourself a little bit on these live streams, unfortunately. Part of the reason why I keep drawing them is not because they're, like, my favorite characters or that kind of thing. Like, I like them. But part of it is that they have no baggage. Like, I can post a painting or a drawing or whatever of Mira, and there's not going to be any problem with, like, copyright. I'm not going to be accidentally announcing something that I shouldn't be. I don't have to stress about feeling like I'm treading on my company's toes or something. It's just kind of like, it's sort of free game in that sense. And part of the reason why I've been doing this whole series in the first place, where I just make stuff up, is because I get so stressed planning an elaborate story or a thing that I needed a break from that, because I love developing worlds and, like, really getting into the details of it. But because of the burnout, that's been very tough to do. So this has been sort of like my, well, if I can't, the most important thing is just that I make something rather than nothing, kind of a thing. And as a result of that, I do a lot of art Mira, because it's like, well, it's not really an issue for me to do that. But to get to the point, I think maybe once I'm a little less locked up with obligations and the future seems a little bit more open, maybe I can just do the opposite. Like, meticulously plan something and make a very specific plan for a world that I want. There is a danger, though. If I start doing that, then it probably will feel like work, and it might have more of a detrimental effect. But you know what? I've been doing this, like, explorer stuff for long enough that maybe now is the time. It's like, break the rules entirely. I'm 32 from the US, and you truly inspire me to work towards my dream. Well, you should. As someone who has worked for myself pretty much my entire career, and my whole mission statement has been to be able to live off the things that I create with my own hands rather than like having it dictated by other people. I would say that it's very rewarding, and I think that is definitely possible. It does mean a lot of hard work, and it might not always work out the way that you want it to, but I mean, if you want it to happen, then you actually have to start doing it. I realize that that's a difficult advice that people often don't give, but really, if you're not taking the steps, then you're not moving in any direction. So. What's good? What is good? Well, it might be a little early for this tidbit, but I could share a couple of things. Let me see here. This story probably will be fine to repeat a couple of times, so I'll just mention it anyway. So, most of you know I have a cat, Lottie. She's great. She's also a little shit, but in a good way. And the thing is, she is, let's be honest, perfectly capable of living on her own. Like, she could just live off of the forest and never come home. But she does, because she likes us. Like, from a distance. So, I feel like, realistically, the only reason why she sticks around is because she likes us enough. Like, she has nothing tiring her down. Which is kind of sweet. It's nice. But that also comes with the fact that she is weirdly good at things that nobody has taught her. Like, yes, I'm aware that there's, like, cats have instinct and they can figure this stuff out, but she hasn't really interacted much with other cats to the point where I would think that she would know how to hunt. And yet, it turns out that she's really, really, really good at it. Case in point, so we have this cat flap that goes into our basement. And the thought here is that we want to make sure that she has like a place to sort of run around and cool off or wherever else. There's nothing really down there. There's a bunch of our storage and stuff for the most part. So she has that space to herself. Lo and behold, I am having just a random conversation with someone, and Julie yells up at me and goes, Simon, I need your help. Why? The cat has a mouse. Oh. And, yeah, she had just brought a live mouse up into the living room from the basement. And we don't have mice. I don't know where she got it. So she brings it upstairs and just like releases the mouse into the house. And now we're like, okay, we have to quarantine the cat and catch this mouse and let it back outside. And before you jump to any conclusions, no, the mouse is actually 100% fine. No damage to the mouse whatsoever, just covered in cat slobber. So, okay, but that's fine. We capture the mouse, and we put it in a little cup, and we bring it outside, and to some area where we think it will be safe and not a bother to anyone. So we release the mouse, and everything's fine. Like, crisis avoided. No one was hurt, and we didn't have like a live mouse running around our living room for too long. Okay. The very next freaking day, she finds a different mouse in our basement. Like, it's not the same one. So now we have to run around and catch this other mouse as well. Quarantine the cat, put it in a little cup, and bring it outside. That one was also perfectly fine. I have no idea where she finds these mice, but, yeah, no. It's also incredible, the fact that she can handle them with such care. Just like very gently bring them up in her little cat mouth, and just like hand them to us as like a little trophy. And I mean, I am fully aware that, you know, cats play with their food and everything, so I'm under no illusion that this could not have ended very badly. But thankfully, it didn't. And so far, so good. As far as we're aware, that was the end of that whole interaction, and she has not brought in another mouse, but really? 2 days in a row? So, I have prepared a picture. Let's see here. Here we are. This is the mouse in question. Yeah, this is not a wound right here. This is cat slobber. So, she just had it in her mouth and just sort of very gently carried it over. So we checked the mouse was fine. I have a different video where I released it to the wild, but just for fear of this stream breaking, I'm going to not put that on screen right now. But suffice to say, the mouse was fine. I guess Lottie likes you guys. Cats bring prey to the people they like. I've heard that. As far as I'm aware, there could be some nuance to it. Sometimes it's because they like their owners, and but I forget what the psychology behind it was. But I like to think that it's because she likes us and wants to bond in whatever the hell this way is. So that was that part of that saga. However, it doesn't stop there. Now, this doesn't have anything to do with Lottie, but it has to do with animals. It is spring over here. I know some cultures consider it to be summer already, but here the cherry blossoms are out, and I consider that spring still. And the thing about spring here is that it is bumblebee hive season. So we have a pretty green yard, and we let it grow fairly unfiltered on purpose, so that our bumblebees will stay safe and healthy. And, so we let the wildflowers grow here for a good bit, just to make sure that they're in good condition, because then they will pollinate our plum tree. There's one problem though. Bumblebees go in patterns, so they don't build hives. They build sort of like nests in places they've already been. And the problem is, the previous years they've found cracks in our house and I would like desperately try to find some place to build in our house. And a couple of times they've made their way somehow into our upstairs closet. Because I think that closet maybe has like a very tiny hole in it somewhere that leads to the outside. Really difficult to get through, and of course impossible for us to track, but somehow they made their way in there. And of course, because they're habitual, this year they've just made it their purpose to try and figure out how to make a nest in there. So, fast forward, I'm having a meeting in the upstairs office, and we're trying to have a serious discussion about something, and just bumblebees start bursting out of the closet at random. And unfortunately, I have a bit of a... It's not an insect phobia. I was stung a lot as a kid, so the sound of insects makes me lock up, unfortunately. It's not really much I can do about it anymore. It's just kind of a thing that I've accepted. So when just a horde of bumblebees comes out of the closet for no reason, that's kind of a problem. So now we're like, okay, but this was a one-time thing, right? Nope, not a one-time thing. I think we've had maybe 7 or 8 bumblebees just randomly burst out of that closet somehow over the past couple of weeks. So we'll be mid-conversation, like talking about something really important, or just like, what's for dinner today? And just like, BAM! Out of the closet. Here's the bumblebee. Enjoy today. So that's been interesting to deal with for the past while. Now I think they've finally found whatever place it is that they want to settle in. So at this point, probably this won't be quite as frequent of a thing. But yeah, I feel like I've dealt enough with random animals in the house for months now. I'm good. I don't need any more. Let's see. Hey Snake, very curious what program you choose to use when making music. Game mockups or Donny Friday projects. I mean, there's a couple of different ones that you can use. If you want a really easy one, is Fami Tracker. You can make NES music with that. But the thing about that is that you have to be comfortable with trackers. I like them because they're very simple, and also I've been making like chiptune music for, well, most of my life, so I find that pretty reliable. There's a couple of others that I could potentially recommend. However, I don't think I will, because my thing is that I go for reliability more so than I do fidelity. So there's a couple of people that use programs like Fruity Loops or Ableton, because they're pretty versatile tools, and if you can figure out how to do that, then of course that is probably what I should recommend, because that's how you'll get proper results. It's sort of like if you want to learn how to make video games, you probably should learn how to program in a usable language that has some versatility to it. It's that kind of thing. I have a couple of programs that I use to make music for random things, and they are legitimately like Windows programs from 1995. And it's because I've been using them for so long that I don't have to think. I just walk in there and I just dot down some tunes, and then I can mix them together in my like horrible homunculus looking process, and then I get something that works for what it is that I need it to be. So for a lot of the what is it? I'll have like a art process video that I put up, and I don't really have time to make like a full composition because I have so much other stuff that I need to do. So because of that, I'll often just put something together in that MIDI program that I have, and then manipulate the hell out of it afterwards with a bunch of effects and stuff. And that's how I put that together, just so that I have something. Would I recommend that to other people? No, absolutely not. Like, not in a million years. That is a terrible way of doing things, but it works. So yeah, in conclusion, Fami Tracker I think is a wonderful little program, but if you're serious about learning music and like doing it on a professional level, or having a little bit more fidelity to the stuff that you use, and it's not just like a little hobby thing, and you want to make professional things, I would at the very least recommend that you give either Ableton or Fruity Loops just a peek, and then see if you like it or not. And of course you have modules there for a bunch of different stuff. Like if you want to make chiptune music, you can do that in Fruity Loops. It's just, it does have a learning curve, which is why I generally don't throw that out there as like a beginner thing. But if you're already dedicated enough that you want to try, then by all means, give it a shot. See what you feel. I didn't know you streamed. Your art rules. Oh, thank you. It's very kind of you. Yeah, no, I don't stream all that often. I'm unfortunately too busy most of the time. But if I'm being perfectly honest, this is, at present, the easiest way I can connect with the people that interact with my art these days. It's a lot more straightforward to just speak to people directly, rather than have to do it in some convoluted way on a media site that never shows people the stuff that you make. So I'm trying to make it a little bit more of a point in the future, just so people know what the hell we're doing. Unfortunately, I don't have time for this all the time. I tend to be pretty locked up with the things that I try to finish. Now, one of these days, what I'm hoping is that maybe I'll actually be able to stream some of the work that I'm doing. Or, hell, even do some music streams, since we're on that topic. I feel like that should be very possible for me to do. It's just, it hasn't really been easy to prioritize. As an example, I do have a VOD channel for these live streams. And, oh, excuse me, hiccups. I do have a VOD channel for these uploads, and I've been trying to go through all of it so that I can upload it at a reasonable schedule. And then some stuff happens, and everything gets put back. That's the problem with being the head artist for a small video game company. Like, if something happens, I have to take care of that, and then once all that work's done, well, that's what I have capacity for. On that note, I have already uploaded and prepped the video for the Zodiac painting that I was doing. So after this live stream, I will be finishing the thumbnail for that, and that will go live. Now, you might be thinking, why did it take so long? Because this was at, like, I think it was February? Well, it was a little thing called the Mega Man Dual Override competition. I had to make sure that I could actually show that live stream because, wow, fitting music. So for context, I got picked out as one of the contest winners for adding a boss for that game. Out of nowhere, didn't really expect that. But there's a clause in the rules that says that if you show that literally anywhere other than Twitter, which is really weird, you're immediately disqualified. But at this point, I've already signed a contract with Capcom that they own the character now. So I think it should be fine to put that upload up now. Which means that I have like 5 videos that are now just like queued for me to throw up there. So I can finally get my VODs up to date. Took long enough, but hey, we're here now. I voted for a Mega Man submission. Thank you! Your contribution is appreciated. Yeah, no, I still have no clue what on earth happened with that whole thing. It just, like, it made no sense in my brain whatsoever. But hey, cool. And it's neat to know that something small like that I did on the side resonated with someone at the dev company. And the weird thing is that I've been told by some insider sources in other companies of at least notable size that they are very aware of the stuff that I've made. They've been pretty vague about it because, of course, like, you can't just, like, tell on employees like that. But I have, at least on some minor authority, that there are people in larger companies that have been circulating some of my stuff around. So, for all I know, there's people that are aware of my stuff already at Capcom. It's like, holy shit, wait a minute, is that guy? Which would be really weird for me. I do highly doubt that that had anything to do with the voting process, though. That would be, frankly, I think what they prioritized were character designs that were not in conflict with the stuff that they had already made, because they literally said so in one of their presentations. And it kind of makes sense to me. It's kind of like how, what was it? Some employees at the Pokemon company came out and said that, oh yeah, we actually have a big problem with our design process now, because if someone makes a, like, fake Pokemon design out of something that we had already planned to make, or it already exists out there, we will have a problem with copyright. So, whenever we're making a new title, we have to scour the internet to make sure that a design isn't already taken. And it's starting to get difficult because fans are making, like, every design we want to do. I'm paraphrasing here, but I remember reading something like that. By stuff you make, you mean like your mock-ups or D-pad? Oh, I don't know. um, the people I spoke to, uh, of course, without naming anybody, just said some people at company are aware of the things that you have done, and I did not press them further because, I mean, the fact that they were already willing to share something like that means that, okay, I'm not going to breach that trust. It's just like, oh, that it's just kind of them to mention that in the first place. It's like, there are people out there that like the things that you do, and for that, I'm just thankful. What is that thing that that they say, chat? Like, if you like the stuff that an artist makes, actually tell them, because they will never hear it. Like, I live in my little house in Norway, and I draw my drawings and make my games. I barely meet the people that play or interact with the things that I make. In fact, it's part of the reason why I always choose to do conventions in person if I'm able to. Because it gives like a nice gauge of how people actually feel or interact with the things that me and the team make. Because, frankly, if we're being honest, what on earth are you supposed to glean from interactions that you do on, I don't know, any website? You put something out and you get like a message from someone that says, "Looks good." Like, how do you interpret that? Like, reasonably speaking, what do you do with that sort of interaction? It kind of stops and ends there. Simon will never know that Albo is one of the peakest games I've ever played. Yeah, unfortunately. Such a shame. Do appreciate it, though. Let's see. I think I'm comfortable enough to delete this underlayer now. And then I can attempt to move the different elements as I progress from here. I found a friend of mine was sharing some of my scores at his class at Berklee College of Music. That made me feel like maybe I'm better at writing music. Yeah, I mean, that kind of thing it's important. It sort of solidifies ideas about yourself and maybe what you can do with the ideas that you have. Like, for example, there's been some things that I have shared recently that just judging by the metrics that I get in how do I explain this? Just like the metadata on it, it indicates that it did extremely poorly, which is very bad. But it turns out that that's not actually the case, and it's actually had a significant impact on some attention that we received around it. And it's really good that we got to know that, because by every metric, it means that if we had not figured that out and seen that from some other channel, then we would just assume that this was a failure, and now we have to back out of this this plan. That actually gives me a good segue, actually. Because there's something that I want to very briefly mention. Speaking of things that I'm hoping will be a success. So, let's see here. We still have a little bit of music left, so that fits nicely. I mentioned it on my personal Twitter and Blue Sky, but I haven't spread it that many places yet because, well, there's been a lot on my mind at the moment. But Joe, our programmer and deal maker extraordinaire, has been very busy with a project for D-pad for the past while. And the thing is, we weren't supposed to announce it yet. We were trying to build up some momentum for this by contacting press and a bunch of other stuff. But unfortunately, some people didn't get the memo and broke the embargo. So at this point, it doesn't matter, and I can talk about it anyway. Now, I don't have any fancy way of sharing this at the moment because I'm still sort of reeling from having to do this live kind of a thing. But the short version is that we have put together something called Games of Norway. And this is a Steam sale that we've tried to add pretty much every single Norwegian video game that we can. Let's see here. Is this the correct one? Yes, it is. So here's the website. Don't worry, it's actually perfectly safe. There's nothing funky about it. That is not what you say when you're trying to get people to go to a website, but you kind of get what I'm saying. So this is a Norwegian game sale on Steam, and we have somehow managed to get somewhere in the ballpark of 150 video games. So this is everything from like a ton of Funcom's titles. It's new releases, stuff that you've probably heard about, stuff that you haven't heard about, and it's all going to be happening at the same time between May 11th and the 18th. So I realize that it sounds a little bit out of nowhere, but to us, this is a pretty big deal because it's been something that we've been trying to build up for a very long time. And we are like very closely tied to the Norwegian video game industry. We are one of the early adapters of the new indie wave. So we were part of that big group that branched out around the Xbox 360 days, and we were one of the first games to get funding from the Norwegian government. So the fact that we might be able to help push this for other companies in the same field is great. So I will be promoting this a little bit moving forward. But that is kind of what I've been cooking for the past while. I've been trying to figure out how I can help promote this and get eyes on this as much as I can. So. Yeah. I need to find a new soundtrack. What was I going to play here? I completely lost track of where I want to go. You know what? Mario Kart. Get me Mario Kart. There we go. Let's see. Hey, Snakepixel, I'm new to your channel, but I followed you for a long time, and you're one of my favorite artists of all time. Love your work. Oh, thank you. It's very kind of you to say. Anything particular you're specifically enthused about? Just asking for a friend. Let's see. I am just checking that hand. You know what? It's fine. I think it'll work for what I want it to be. Alright. Mostly just have to do the cleanup on the lines here, and then we should be good to go. My network trolled Simon's TLDA. Well, if everything I've babbled about so far needs a quick summary, we're organizing a big sale from May 11th till the 18th. So if you're interested in any Norwegian games whatsoever, they're probably going to be on this thing. So this would be the place. Like, say that you are interested in the hit new game Mega Bonk. That's on there. You can, it's part of the sale, and you can get that at a very reasonable price, starting May 11th. You've been wanting to check out Conan Exiles, that's in there, and you can try that. Hey, you haven't played Owlboy yet? Well, that's in there as well, as is Savant Ascent Remix and the original Savant Ascent, if that is your jam. So there's a lot there for anyone that wants to try some of what the Norwegian game scene has to offer. And I'm gonna be completely honest, I was kind of shocked at how many games have been produced in this country at this point. I haven't played Vikings and Trampolines yet. Yeah, that's fair. Well, if anyone here happens to be in Malmö, Sweden, or Kyoto during the May month, then you might be able to. Or if you're in Oslo during June, then we will be at MagicCon as well. Or, provided that our plans go ahead as we've intended, I believe Gamescom is in August, so we're probably going to be in Cologne for that as well. Or Cologne, depending on how French you want to be. So there's a couple of opportunities. One of my dreams is to meet you one day and buy you coffee. I wouldn't recommend it. I drink a lot of coffee. You'd be poor very fast. I appreciate it, though. Let's see here. How are we doing on line work? We are 1 hour in? Okay. Can't really make an estimate on whether or not this is making good time or not, but then again, I'm not too worried about it tonight. I am mostly just chilling, I think. Though, it would be nice if I could wrap this up today, because that would allow me to do the roundup video for it. So every time I finish a piece on stream, I'll add the appropriate painting process video, just so you, for those that are interested, can see kind of how that whole thing was shaped. So, unfortunately, the past 2 or 3 pieces that I've been working on, I have not completed due to work, so it's a little frustrating for me, because I would very much like to have some of these pieces out of the way, but it's just kind of how it goes sometimes. I also have a different Explorer piece that's sort of halfway done that I would like to take a look at, but we'll see. It might be that I get kind of bogged down with stuff right before we're headed to Kyoto, so we will see. We will see. How do you like your coffee? If we're talking drip coffee, strong with milk, generally. And if we're talking espresso, well, if I'm being honest, probably something flavored. Okay, caramel latte will do. But if it's properly made, and made by someone who actually knows how to make coffee, a just well done cappuccino is really good. Because that's the thing. When you order cappuccinos from a place where someone just kind of like half-asses the coffee a little bit, it's not good. It's just kind of like watered out coffee with some milk foam thing, and it doesn't taste like anything. But if you can make an actual cappuccino and make it well, that is really, really satisfying. Then again, that's kind of how it goes with most foods. If you actually know how to do something, then you can do something with simple ingredients, and it works out. Are you using a round brush for your line art, or do you have your own made brush? I just use the Photoshop default brush. It looks like that. And currently I am using a, what is it? I think it's a 3BP, just because of the size that I'm working at. This is not a high resolution. I am at 200% right now. This is 100%. So I'm not doing this at a particularly high resolution. Usually if I'm doing sketches for something, I'll set it to maybe somewhere in the ballpark of like 49. And if I'm not sure what I'm doing, I'll set it to like 25 down here, so that I can just test stuff. But I'm just running it at 100 because the size is so small. Of course, and I've said this practically every live stream, so sing along if you know the tune. But what generally you're recommended to do when you're doing this sort of thing is you do your sketch layer, and then you make another layer where you draw on top of it with cleanup. And most programs now allow you to have some sort of smoothing brush. However, I like to see what I've already done and just fix it, because that's the same way I work on pixel art. I just draw on top until it looks good. So I will put my sketch down, and then I will fix the sketch directly. And it plays into the same thing that I've said with my music software as well, is that I think it's much more important that what I'm doing actually works and that I get results. It is probably more beneficial to put things on a different layer. But the thing is, at least for me, this is not necessarily for everyone, but at least for me, I prefer it to have everything on one layer if I'm doing line art or something like that. Hell, sometimes I'll even do it for painting and colors and everything. Because when you have, like, when you're doing onion skinning or whatever it is that's called, the problem is that you can get lost in the weeds sometimes and lose the energy of what it is that you're making. Whereas when I do it like this, it's the same thing. So I don't get lost in like the weeds of it and trying to fix very small, minute things in the middle. And then I end up with something that looks really stiff. Like, that can still happen. Like, some of these are a little bit more stiff than I want them to be, but at least it mitigates the problem slightly. Alright. So, I am cheating a little bit here, because I am doing cell art, technically. I am at least insinuating that this is supposed to be cell art. And oftentimes when they do this, they have a consistent line thickness all the way through, because, well, you can only draw things so small, but I'm allowing myself a little bit of, like, tapering, because, oh, I'm just gonna lie to my audience. What do you think makes a good video game soundtrack? That is a very complicated question. I am not formally trained in music, but so I can't explain things with musical terminology necessarily. But I know what I like, and I mean, I have been often dictating what we need for certain tracks, so I at least know my way around how to explain the different elements that I want something to have. And even though it isn't necessarily a given, I think the obvious answer here is just whatever fits the atmosphere for what it is that you are trying to present. And that can mean like a ton of different things. But I feel regardless, it has to have a central theme that you remember and you can latch onto. Like, even though it's a very basic advice, I think it's a good rule of thumb to have something that you can hum and that can stick in your mind as sort of like a bass note that can then infer things to other things. Doesn't even have to be a leitmotif. It can just be something that anchors you, and then sort of infers what the rest of the game should be. For example, like a very famous soundtrack is the soundtrack to Chrono Trigger, and immediately you might be thinking, well, it's really good because it's very sweeping and powerful and emotive and everything. But a very good way of finding the anchor point for the Chrono Trigger soundtrack is just the intro part. Just the little chime that they play when you load up the game and it shows the logo. Because part of what they're doing there, on one hand, they establish all the instruments, and I prefer always to have instruments come back. Like, you need to have like a sound that you can recognize with the music that you're creating. But when they're playing that section of the intro theme, like, you get that whole swelling at the start that builds up to something. Like, you're like, oh, this is going to be something very epic and very important. And it keeps going up, and it keeps going up. And then it ends on an off note. Like, it just feels weird somehow. It's not quite a minor key. It's not quite where you wanted it to end up, but it's still a resolution. So part of the thing about music is that you're always looking for... it's almost like storytelling. You have conflict and resolution constantly. So you create a bass note or a bass line, and then you play out whatever it is that you want in the middle there, and then it needs to resolve on something that feels satisfying. That's really all that music is. Just creating a setup and then getting that satisfying conclusion that you're asking for. So when you're starting the soundtrack to Chrono Trigger on something that feels almost unsettled, then that sets up why you should feel the way that you feel. Why do I feel slightly like there's going to be something wrong here, but I can't quite put my finger on it? But it's still really pretty. But how does that come into play? So just so I'm not just babbling here, I'll play the example. I played this so many times on stream before, so it should be like no problem whatsoever to bring this up. Let's see. Here's what I mean, and I'll get to some of your other questions in a second. I will turn this up to here. Here's the part that I mentioned. So build up, note, epic, and then off key. And it just lets you sit on that and wait. And you're not entirely sure if this is a positive or a negative or what it is. So it's about setting up an expectation and then using that as an anchor point. Now this can be like practically anything. It can be a ton of different things. Like, we're listening to the Mario Kart soundtrack right now, and I feel like part of the strengths of this soundtrack in particular is the fact that it has very specific instruments that it uses. Like, it is unmistakably the Super Nintendo Mario Kart soundtrack, because nothing else sounds like it. It has that blaring trumpet that you can hear on any part of the soundtrack. It just comes in every once in a while. And then you're like, I am listening to Mario Kart now. It helps that it has like a really nice, like jaunty feel to it, because that fits with the atmosphere and what you're actually doing and how you're supposed to feel while you're driving. It's not blaring, it's just kind of like bouncy and pleasant, because that's what the karts are supposed to be doing. But the instrument and the sounds that they've picked for it specifically, the samples, does a lot of heavy lifting. If you did this with like full orchestration, I think it would sound kind of boring. It would just get kind of generic, I think. Alright, ramble enough about that. Let's see. Let's see. Do you have any tips on maintaining a wide and varied body of work? I continually hear advice that you're supposed to pick a style and become known for it. That is... That's a bit of putting the carriage before the horse, I think. I think most people, when they're starting out, and especially younger people, get a bit obsessive about the idea of style. Like I'm not even saying this as like someone that's been in the industry. I heard this back in like middle school and high school. Everyone was obsessed with like, what style am I supposed to be doing? And the truth is, there is no such thing. Style, in big quotation marks, is the end result of you expressing yourself to your fullest. And that does not come from you actively looking for that style. It comes as an accumulation of who you are and how you work. So you're not going to be like just coming up with a style. Like it's possible to do, I'm sure, but generally my experience is that that's not how that works. If you look at the stuff that I make and you say, Simon has a style, I never intended for me to have a style. It just so happens that this is how I make things. And I make things this way because it has been my goal to express myself in the way that I desire to. I want to draw the things that I want to draw. Now, if you're worried about maybe your art being a little bit lacking, the best advice I can give, genuinely, is just draw other stuff. Because, okay, it sounds like it's a simplification, or that I might be toning things down just as a base answer, but think about it this way. If your intention is to draw, then you're going to be making things anyway. And if you draw different things, then you are going to start having thoughts about those things, and the experience that you have with them will change how you make things. So, I think the most important thing here is that you pick things that are true to what it is that you wish to be, or things that you just engage with. So, for example, I've done art that sort of vaguely is reminiscent of something like Mega Man Legends. I have barely played that game. So why did I draw something like that? Well, I thought it would be neat to just try and make something that was sort of adjacent to it, and then seeing what happens. And the thing is, if you make things and things start to accumulate, on one hand, you'll very quickly notice that people start thinking that you have a style because they're familiar with your stuff, but it will be uniquely yours anyway, because you will be expressing something that is unique to you. If you, on the other hand, go the opposite direction and go, I need to have a broad portfolio that matches these criteria. I cannot think of a single faster way for you to look less interesting and stand out less. Like, if your entire goal is to make, like, a thing that will look nice on, I don't know, ArtStation or something, then you're probably going to end up with something that, yeah, it's gonna look like a portfolio page. Don't know if it's gonna look like you, though. And that's the main difference. Like, you have to work on things that feel like something that you care about. And I have done work where I make things that has nothing to do with me. And it did not do much for me or anyone else. So I think to sort of cut down the ramble a little bit, I think don't worry so much about the style aspect. Think more about what you want to make. Because if you keep making things that you want to make, then you might learn a thing or two about it, and then other people will be interested in it, and then you might get to work on that. Not saying it's going to work out. Art is hard, and unfortunately, people do not appreciate, understand, or pay particularly well for things. So it might be an uphill battle sometimes, but I still think it's worth it to make something that you're interested in, rather than just, like, whatever. Like, I think the most important part here is just, like, be true to the things that you want to do. Because if you start, like, sharing, here's my, like, corporate LinkedIn art to your social media accounts, and it's very obvious that you're just kind of like, I don't know, going by going through the motions, then where's the emotion? Besides, and I've said this before, I do consider art to be a fundamental part of being human. So don't deny yourself the opportunity to be human with your art. I would much rather see you just experiment with some things, and then some great things will be discovered as a result of that. Let's see, where are we at now? I could probably add a little tuft here, just to give that some nuance. There we go. Okay. Well, so far so good. I think that's the unfortunate part with the art that I prefer to make, is that I mean, I'm a pixel artist by trade, so my whole thing is that I want to make things that are correct and polished and thorough. But I don't use any, like, supportive programs. I just use the base brush in Photoshop, which means that my polishing phase for line art takes an unbelievable amount of time. which is a little unfortunate because I feel like these are things that could probably have been sped up a lot if I had a different method. But if I'm being honest, this is how I like making things. So as long as I have the time to do it this way, then I will actually make them, which is the most important part. Let's see. So I mentioned before that we are going to be doing a convention run, and I'm quite curious how this is going to go, because one of the things that we have locked in on now is that I'm going to a convention called MagicCon in Oslo in June. So it's mostly just we're there to show off Vicus and Trampoline, so we'll have a little booth there. The thing is, sort of as payment, sort of, is we are asked to hold a lecture there. And I'm no stranger to lectures. I love just standing on a stage and babbling about something. Like, that's my whole thing. So that's not an issue for me. The thing is, for an audience, generally the sweet spot is somewhere in the ballpark of 20 minutes. Like, if you try, like, you're just walking by yourself. I've tried this a couple of times. You're just at your house alone or something. Try just having a conversation with yourself, which is essentially what a lecture is. Because you don't get interrupted. You have people that are just there to listen to you, right? Try talking uninterrupted about a subject for 20 minutes straight. Just keep on babbling, don't stop. Without any interruptions. Are they just playing the sound effects? They are! Okay. New soundtrack. Yoshi's Safari, that'll do. Just keep going for 20 minutes. And you'll quickly realize how tough it is to keep babbling for 20 minutes. Now, the great thing about when you prepare a lecture like that is that you have all kinds of helping tools, like notes, you will probably have rehearsed a little bit, you have visual elements that you have on a screen just to keep reminding you of what it is that you're supposed to be talking about, like all kinds of things. So, that's that. However, MagicCon, I'm going to be doing a lecture for 45 minutes. Like, coming up on an hour of talking. That's going to be an interesting one. I think I've done maybe one of those before. And of course, I've taught classes, but that's something a little different because usually you get some kind of participation or you have some curriculum that you're following. 45 minutes is a long-ass time to just be babbling about a very particular subject. So, I guess we'll see how that goes. I've prepared a few things, so I'm hoping it goes well. I guess it depends on if the rest of the team will have the opportunity to join me for that one or not. It's a lot easier when you have someone to bounce off of. I do think, though, if I were given the opportunity, and I suppose these live streams are a good test bed. Like, I am practically just talking to myself here, getting some prompts every once in a while, but, like, if you want to be pedantic about it, I have been sitting here talking to myself for, like, almost 2 hours. But the I think if I was given the opportunity to, like, the one thing that I could probably just chat someone's ears off with is the history of pixel art. I'm pretty sure I could easily fill an hour with that without looking at notes. That's like the job interview answer. Like, what could you... what experience could you bring to something something? Well, I can be really annoying about the art history of pixel art and its nuances. We're just a very focused and quiet audience. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, not that much cleanup left. I'm pretty sure that once I'm done with this, I'll do a little bit of editing on this... Whoop, that was the wrong thing. This area right here, because I feel like it's like the shoulder is a little bit off here, so I'll take a look at fixing that before we start the coloring. Coloring shouldn't take too long, though. I say that every stream, but I suspect that it's correct this time. Alright, maybe the easiest thing to do would just be this. I do suspect, though, that the reason why I've always gravitated towards holding lectures is because I come from a pretty large family, and it's often difficult to be in a position where you can talk about a subject and there's enough time for someone to actually listen to what you have to say. It's really nice to, if someone's like, hey, could you just babble at us for an hour? And it's like, hell yeah, I can. Perfect. Can you recommend any really masterful pixel artists that you respect that are currently working? I mean, there are a number of pixel artists that are very skilled that are currently in the field. The main thing is it's more so my whole thing is that I tend to appreciate things at a glance. So recommending someone in particular feels a little exclusive, I suppose. Let me think. I mean, Akino, I'm pretty sure that was correct. The pixel artist for Metal Slug is back at it currently, working on Black Finger Jet. It's like their spiritual spin-off to Metal Slug. So if you want an example of someone that is unbelievably skilled, then that's a nice go-to. How did you discover Jonathan Gear and chose him for Alborn? We worked together on a project called Rhapsody back in the day. In fact, I was the one that jumped on board on that project because their artist left, and Jonathan was making music for that. And in the process of us moving away from that project, I pitched Owlboy, and Jonathan decided to continue working with us for Owlboy. So we just continued the relationship we already had. Of course, these days he's busy with Core Keeper because we haven't had the opportunity to work with him for other things just yet, because we've been locked up with other things. Because Vikings and Trampolines is the soundtrack is composed by Alexander Winter, but the main thing there is that we kept Alex because we had worked with him on the original prototype build. And that was 11 years ago now, I think. So just replacing him with Jonathan didn't seem like a good fit. But once we're done with Vikings and Trampolines, who knows? Jonathan is a absolutely spectacular musician. I remember we were at his wedding, and he had made full sweeping compositions for every part of it. Like, he'd made a whole soundtrack for the evening. And then his partner, after we sat there for a while, was like, okay, we've listened to all this other music. However, I have a suggestion. And then the mariachi band just burst through the door. It was a great moment. But yeah, on the subject of pixel artists, kind of, okay, the thing is, I know so many talented people and pixel artists that they all specialize in their own things, and they wear so many hats. It's difficult to answer, like, when people ask for, let's say, like someone that they would consider a master at something, because I feel like oftentimes when people want that sort of answer, not saying that that's what that question was, but it's sort of the same thing that happens as when someone asks you, like, what is your favorite game of all time? Well, you like very many things. There's a ton of things that you enjoy, and just saying one of them can be a little limiting. For example, like, my answer for sort of like if someone's writing an article would be something like, I love Chrono Trigger, I love Majora's Mask, and I love Mega Man X. Like, those are sort of like pillars for me when it comes to video games. But where do I put Transport Tycoon in there? Where do I put, like, the hours and hours that I've put into Space Engineers on there? Where do I put all the times that I've played PUBG and Peak with people within my friend groups? It's not like it changed my whole life, but it is part of my life. And that's sort of where my brain is when it comes to questions of like what are like the great pixel artists right now, because I have many friends that are very talented at what they do. Like we have Alonso, who is working on Heart for Alicia, incredibly talented artist. We have Sandy Gordon, the guy that's working on Mina the Hollower, is a very talented artist and does some very good stuff. Like, and that, like, but when I start naming these, it's just like, oh, but I should mention all of these hundreds of other wonderful people that are also part of my life, or that I know, or that have done something nice. So it's more like you kind of get choice paralysis, I think, when you have this many people that are just in your circles. Shout out to Mina and Hollower finally coming out. Yeah, no, it's been really nice to see. I know that Yacht Club has had a tough go at some of their internal development, and I know that feeling very well. Like, you can put your best foot forward and try everything and do everything right, and it can still be tough to get things done, and things don't always work out like profit-wise, even if every indication seems to hint that it will, and it's nobody's fault. So the fact that Mina is almost out, and they can at least say that, okay, we can put a lid on that one now, and we'll put a bow on it, and call that done. I think that will be really good for them. Like, regardless of how the game does, I'm just happy that they're at a comfortable place now, and they should be very proud of having gone that far. My spine. Holy crap. Alright. More hair. We finally got some sunshine over here, so I've been trying to take some time and spend it in the very limited time that it's going to be here. Because if I read the weather reports correctly, like, this happens every year. We finally get to the point where it's like, oh, it's warm out, we can be outside, what the hell? And I just checked the forecast, and it's going to be snow for the next 2 days. Like, there is... I can't for the life of me understand how we can get snow here in May, but... that's just the deal that you get when you live here. So you gotta live it up while you still have the chance. So I was in town and meeting some people for dinner. So this is sort of like my my weekend wind down after, well, not even partying, just really eating a burger. That's about it. Let's see, where are we at? Okay, I think I should get those shoes finished That should probably be my priority right now. What was I thinking again? Oh yeah, I was thinking about it because I'm drawing Mira. So I did show it last stream, and I did put it up today, I think. Just a kind of a doodle that I did. So we made it sort of like a daily thing to check up on our little guys in Tomodachi life. So the way that we've been doing it is that my spouse has been adding their characters, and I've been adding just like random ones that I have just stashed up over time. So I haven't added any like Owlboy characters, any Vikings characters, just like random characters that could be funny to just have go around and be little goobers. And one of the characters that I added was Mira. And I thought it would be kind of funny because Mira, as far as I'm aware, like her whole trait is that she doesn't talk to people. Like, I don't think I've ever written any like proper dialogue. There's just been some hints that she's been saying words in like social media post titles and things. So that's sort of the extent of it. And when we put her in there, yeah, she ended up being really quiet and reserved, which fits very well. But then she ended up becoming best friends with my spouse's like really chatty cheerleader character called Carrie. And I put that up. I can just throw that up on screen. Where do I have that? Should be in my art projects folder, right? Where'd that go? Oh yeah, here it is. So here. That's it's Mira and Carrie. Just chatting it up. So I tried to do it sort of like in the same style as the stuff that I'm doing right now. I thought it was kind of funny. The thing is, Carrie here started dating Donnie Friday, which I had also added. And Donnie is like a massive goofball and looks like, I mean, he looks like himself, he certainly does. So it was like really weird to see him dating, because like as a character, he's just like a Looney Tunes character. I don't even think he understands what a date is. So it started out with just kind of like a here's them hanging out a lot. We were like, huh, well that's kind of funny. Anyway, let's go back to what we're doing, that kind of thing. And then Donnie just completely falls for her, like, head over heels. And they were like, well, that's not gonna last for long. And then Carrie falls for him completely. And after just like a day, they're now married. and just like, well, this is what the game does. They just start having relationships and they have kids, and we're just gonna have to deal with the fact that this like Looney Tunes character married the preppy cheerleader. You know, that's what Tomodachi Life does. Well, the reason why I'm babbling about all this is that yesterday they had a kid. Because of course, Donnie would have a kid on a Friday. It just makes sense. So yeah, that's been spawned into the world now. So we barely even changed anything. The game mostly came up with everything by themselves. So here's whoops. Here's Danielle. Just like a weird mix-up of both the parents. And yeah, this is what happens all the time now. It's so weird. I don't think this goober is capable of understanding what a dad even is, so... Oh, yeah. That's what we've been dealing with for the past couple of days. I think that's the good thing about a game like this, is that you can't make characters particularly accurate, so it's pretty easy for me to sort of like disconnect the canon character with this weird sort of interpretation. It has been really funny to watch Donnie attempt to be a parent. Like if I was thinking of the actual character as I have made them, that would be a horrifying idea. Wouldn't that be the weirdest twist to season 2 though? Like it's just revealed that at the end of all of this build-up, it just turns out that Donnie just lives at a house with a cheerleader and a kid. Let's see. Wait, did I finish the shoes? No, I didn't. Holy crap, we gotta get on point here. Is that the dad from the Hotel Transylvania movies? I guess if you're following down the path of whatever this alternate universe thing is, it does have some similarities, doesn't it? Let's see. It would be absolutely hilarious if I don't even get to the coloring part tonight. I should though. I have maybe like 2 more hours that I can spend. So we're making decent time. But we are out of music, so I gotta fix that. How about let's see. Oh great, we got an ad. I love the future. Oh, it's an unskippable ad. Even better. There we go. Donkey Kong Country 2. If I had a stable version of it that I had vetted ahead of time, I could probably try to put on the Donkey Kong Bonanza soundtrack. This is actually pretty good. At least last I remember. Wait, isn't there like, Yes, there is. It's like little, seams on this thing. Gotta make sure to have those in there. Sometimes I'm very thankful that I'm not a cell animator back in the day, because wow, I would be the least efficient person on that team. Something like that, yeah. I've subscribed to YouTube Premium and it's hard to go back. I will never do that. I would rather wait for a proper ad blocker to be possible to use again. Now that might sound counterintuitive because you're thinking, ah, but they don't get the ad revenue, etc., etc. But creators get so screwed over by these companies as it is that it's not about the ad blocking, unfortunately. At this point, it's simply that the services and the ways that creators are paid for their work is so abysmal at this point, and the systems put in place are so abusive that they are forced to do things that they really shouldn't. Because all of these things used to work, and it was perfectly fine just a few years ago, and then all of a sudden, oh no, we have to add all of these things that make everyone's experience worse. No idea who you are. I just want to say your art looks cool and I hope you have a good day. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, so far so good, right? And we are nearly at the finish line with the lines here. So once we hit that goal, then the real chill begins. Simon the Anonymous. I've actually had a few moments where I've been speaking to people for some time and they had no idea who I was. And it's not like a look how important I am, I need to be validated for my existence kind of a thing. It's more so at least in certain circles, I am at the very least known for having done a couple of things. Like early establishment of indie games, or some of the projects that I've done. And to me, it's like, okay, I have done that and that's fine. But there have been schools that have used me in part of their curriculum before, which is always surprising. I still don't understand what it is that they're teaching about me, but I have at the very least shown up in some places. And I've had people that I've met and I've had lengthy conversations with and met several times that then sometime later, like after like the fourth or fifth meeting or something, they're at some social event, and then they bring up the stuff that I've worked on at random, like completely unrelated, and they're just like, oh yeah, that's that guy I've spoken to. And they didn't realize that I was who I was. That's happened multiple times. And I think that's I kind of prefer it that way, because like, I'm just some guy that makes stuff. I don't try to pretend like I'm more important than other people, and if people feel comfortable in my presence, then it's probably the way to go about it. Besides, I guess the opposite would be that someone is having a gigantic freak out. And it's probably fine if people are chill. Let's see. Well, that shoe is almost ready to go. I had this like, is it like inline sock or whatever? Some kind of padding at the very least. Let's see. So a little bit of definition on that fur that's coming out here. Then I think we're good. Oh, there's a little bit of hair left. Not much though. Ah yes, my favorite soundtrack, Creaking Wood. Man, David Wise is so good at just finding memorable notes. The little portions of his music are so satisfyingly repeatable. Trying to think of a good way to describe it. Humming music, I think? Yeah. They're very hummable. So mainly what we have left to do now is just making sure that all of these strands are pointed in a direction that feels satisfying. Now we should be good. And we can finally start the coloring process. I could put a little bit more definition in here, just to make sure that it's separated properly. Maybe I'll just do that real quick. Like that. So I feel like in this particular case, the segmentation is kind of what builds the volume. I have to be careful with it though. Kind of like what I mentioned last time, adding too much definition will make it so that when I shade it, it'll clump up too much with the cell shading. So that's why I haven't done it everywhere, but maybe just a couple of places. If only to make sure that the line art is where I want it to be. You know what, that does not look good. Let's get rid of that. Maybe I can do like... yeah, that's better. And there we go. Just some satisfying little tassels there to make sure that it feels flowing and wild. I think we can just like stop it there. Or maybe I'll just finish it all the way through. Yeah. Because then we get like a full clump there. Yeah, that works better. We're doing that. Keep saying one thing and doing another, but as long as the result works out, then I'm fine. Overlap. That should really be a little higher up, I think. Yeah? Yeah, that works better. Let's see. Okay. Oh, I should actually save this thing. Haven't hit save in a while. Oh, that's right. And there were these straps. There we go. Okay. That's all covered, and then it's just this little portion here left. I think maybe I should do that from the other direction, just for safety's sake. Okay. Let's see, is that a good volume? Maybe like that. So if you go up there, and then we add you up here. That works. Now, I did say at the start of the stream that, thankfully, as far as I can tell, there have been no technical issues, but we finally ran into our first technical issue. My screen keeps shutting off. So if it looks like I'm pausing every once in a while, it's because my screen suddenly turns black and I can't see anything. It's back now, so I can continue what I'm doing, but... Well, one of these days I'll replace this thing. I have thankfully not required any upgrades for a very long time. I'm very pleased with that. We were trying to piece together something for the what was it? Games for Norway thing. So we need to edit some video for that whole announcement. And Joe needed to render something out using a Adobe program. And something went wrong, and the recommended thing was to run an update. And he ran that update for, I think, a full 24 hours. Because it just kept crashing. think in the end he ended up recording a bunch of stuff through Unity instead. Just, it was so frustrating to deal with that he just couldn't. I think personally I have avoided absolutely every single update for my programs up until this point, because I know for a fact from every single time this has happened that it will break my setup, and I will lose tons of time either for art or whatever else to get it back to where it needed to be. I think if it comes to that, and I get to the point where it breaks or they do something stupid, which would not surprise me. It will probably happen at some point. It's inevitable with everything else that's been going on. I'm just gonna go back to CS6. I'm just gonna use my old copy of Photoshop, which works exactly the same as I have, because I don't use any of the fancy nonsense that they add into it. I don't need a new program with smoothing brushes and all this other stuff. I just need my round brush, and I need a program that runs and doesn't eat my entire computer, and that doesn't break once I've installed it. And if Adobe at some point decides to jerk me around and breaks my copy, I am just gonna go back to physical media. I do not care. Is it the GPU? I have no clue. I haven't benchmarked anything at the moment. It tends to happen during live streams though, so it's probably too much strain on my system. So I'm going to guess that me running all of these setups at the same time to be able to do this broadcast, that's probably what's causing it. Was that it? Is that all the lines? Did I miss something? That's it. All right. That means it's time to do the coloring. All right, let me very quickly take a peek at this one. I think it's fine. I just want to flip it and see. We do a duplicate and then just see what happens when I move the shoulder a little bit, because I feel like that's what the issue is. Like out here maybe? And of course, in the original, she carries like a giant pillow thing, so that's probably why the shape looks a little bit off, because it doesn't have all the elements, but still want to make sure. Is that it? Not really. You know what? I think it's fine. I think we're good to go. I'm not going to mess around with this anymore. I think it is time for us to start doing the coloring. Okay. First set. Hold on, the chair is going to make a little bit of noise. Right. Okay. Our coloring position. So I'm just going to start by borrowing colors from the previous one, and then just start filling in. Now, your first thought might be, why are you doing that by hand instead of just using a fill tool? And the thing is, because I draw all these lines by hand and I fix the sketch layer, there's a lot of hidden blur here. So there is no accurate fill tool that will fill this in any reasonable way. So instead of me fiddling with different settings and then trying a bunch of stuff to see if it'll fill it correctly, it just so happens that me doing this by hand and not pausing is considerably faster than doing some sort of selection process. So in just sort of just doing it live and going at it without hesitation, I'll get things done way, way faster than trying to find the right tool. So that's what we're doing. Right, these are bare legs, right? Oh yeah, they are. Okay, I can just do this then. Now I am really curious how this is going to turn out, because even though I have a reasonable idea of how this will look in the end, because I have this standing one as a reference, I can't guarantee that all of these will look great once they're shaded, but fingers crossed, I guess. I at least want it to look like someone grabbed an animation cell and they're like, yeah, I got this off the, what the hell, the Mira show. The famous Mira show. See, we just gotta fill in her red. There's a lot of little like overlapping issues that we have with the line art, so I have to pay attention while I do this. I think that's the nice thing about getting to this point, is that now I don't really have to think. Like the whole deliberation process and fixing stuff. Like, this is just meditation for me at this point. Now it's just coloring within the lines and making sure I pick colors that reasonably go together, and that's about it. So now it's chill time. Like, I reached the point in the stream where I can just kind of do whatever. Those toes meticulously shaded, as is tradition. I think that's one of the things that I should probably add to a round of practicing if I otherwise have it in my brain to do so. Just draw more legs and feet. Because it is a point that's sort of like a blind spot sometimes. Like I can reasonably draw legs, but it's kind of like making things feel natural. I think that's the part of the artistic process that you have to sort of have to get comfortable with, is getting to the point where it just sits in your fingers. Like you don't have to think about it, it just comes out that way. That's also kind of the funny thing about the things that you draw. The things that you draw are the things that you're going to get good at, and I just haven't really drawn a lot of feet, honestly. Like there's never like a moment where that's been necessary for me to study particularly hard. It's also not something that I'm particularly interested in, so it's kind of just... it's just there. I feel like it's one of those areas that it helps to have some sort of fundamental basis of. Like I feel like every now and then I should do like a practice run of hands and that sort of thing. Just to keep your brain active. Mira the Explorer, can you say Norway? I feel like if Mira was to take the place of Dora on one of those shows, it would be really awkward because it would just be her making this face for 20 minutes. And then every once in a while she'd be like, do you want something? Like, you want some tea, or why are you at my house? Like, you haven't said something this whole time, this is getting weird. You don't have to be here, you could leave. I mean, not to be that guy, but I do live alone, so you're just kind of like, I'm not feeling the vibes. Like, do I need to call someone? Are we chill? Is this okay? Where's that, not even dark version, but alternate version of Dora the Explorer, where, like, the reason why she keeps asking the viewer questions is just like some person materialized out of thin air and keeps following them around. It's just like, hi! So, who are you exactly? Yeah, you wanna learn some Spanish? Yeah. Yeah, you keep showing up. I mean, clearly you want something. Just like silently typing in 911 on her phone. Wasn't there like a horror game version of Dora the Explorer? No, it wasn't quite that. It was like a children's program, kind of like halfway adjacent to it. I forget what the name of it was though. Then again, what children's media has not been turned into a horror franchise at this point? Let's see. Okay, let's get those colors in there. I could technically just copy over her entire head. Nah. Let's do it properly. Amanda the Adventurer. Yeah, that's it. Honestly, I am genuinely impressed with a lot of these, like, horror projects that have been coming out. I don't really necessarily mean the video games, it's just... There's a lot of horror series, both on YouTube and elsewhere, that are genuinely very impressive. And it boggles my mind how much work must have gone into, well, all of them, and that primarily what the creators get out of it is just like some views on YouTube or something. It does mess with my head sometimes, just how much work goes into this kind of stuff, and for so little. There's one that I caught a little while ago called By Verde, which I forget, was it Brazilian made? I think that's what it was. And like, absolutely stunning 3D work. And I remember watching some of it, and they just cut randomly to a PlayStation game. I think I was watching someone else like showcase it, and I could recognize it because I could like spot some of the techniques that they'd used, but most people that watched that did not recognize that that was not a random PlayStation game, that that was something that they had just put together for this random YouTube video. It made an entire game intro with gameplay and everything that they just cut to at random. That was just like barely part of the whole process, and it looked completely 100% professional. And it's just like, you just put that out on YouTube for no compensation, just for the love of the game. It's absolutely incredible to me, the stuff that people are able to do and just do for free at random. It's incredible to see. I love your lines. Thank you, Ryan. It's very kind of you. I mean, considering that I've been sitting here for like the past 2 days working on these lines, it's nice to know that the work paid off. Don't hug me, I'm scared. Oh yeah, no, that's incredible work too. But then, the good news for Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is that they got an actual televised series out of it. Which is, really, really nice to see. It's, because it means that probably they had a budget and had people that compensated them properly for their work. And I realized that I mentioned this repeatedly about, you know, artists getting compensated for their stuff, but I think it's important to repeat simply because I think people are getting so accustomed to just getting stuff for free that you kind of forget that there's so many people that like, if you saw the stuff that people were making with their own hands live, you wouldn't like believe the fact that they would just do this for fun and just hand it away. Like, you would be clamoring to help them in some way, and yet when it shows up on YouTube, just at random, or a website or whatever, it's just kind of like, oh neat, a random thing that's just there. And sort of, your brain sort of just shuts off this whole aspect of, oh wait, this is probably their whole livelihood. Let's see. Do I actually have the layers for this? Oh, I do! Oh, that's so useful. Okay, linear darkening, and it's this color. Okay. So I am just going to wholesale copy that. Then move it over to here. Oh, what a joyous day. Because it means, if I can figure out roughly where that was. Let's see. Is that it? Yeah, it's here because there was a mistake that I wanted to correct. What blending mode did you use for the shadows? Multiply. In this particular instance, I used oh, I forgot. This computer, I'm using the Norwegian setup, so I can't actually tell you what it is using English terms. Linear darkening, I guess, is the translation. But that's only for this very particular setup. Like, there's no... I won't say that I recommend you do this for everything. It just happens to work for this very particular color. And the reason why I'm using that for this right now is because Mira has a, how do I put it, unfortunate skin tone? And it's only unfortunate in the sense that a lot of things don't blend with it, but it just happens to be a form of red that I really like. So even though a lot of websites really hate it and will compress the shit out of it, and a lot of colors blend very poorly with it, I still want to use it, so I do it anyway. So in this particular case, it works well with linear blending. I might change that if it doesn't serve my purposes as I continue working on this. We'll see. Hopefully it will work. What kind of drink is she holding that is steaming? Is it some kind of coffee or tea? I feel like Like, it's some kind of tea, coffee adjacent thing. But it's not that. Um, so, uh, like, this universe has, like, its own, what should I call it? Like, picker-upper equivalents. I just haven't named them yet. So whatever that is, that's what she's drinking. If I were to guess, I think it's made out of some kind of fungus. So instead of tea leaves or coffee beans, it's some kind of like maybe boiled fungus of some sort. Where can we play the Rhapsody game you worked on? You cannot. The Project Rhapsody was a it was sort of like a rough mix between Chrono Trigger and Breath of Fire, I think. It was at least the direction that I was taking it in when I was working on it. But it was never released, and frankly, it never got further than sort of a prototype stage. And that is part of the reason why I suggested we move over to a different project when I did. It's because, realistically speaking, how on earth were we going to be finishing an entire RPG? And it's been something that I've been talking about on lectures for quite a while, is that unless you know exactly what you're doing, and you're really, really lucky, probably don't make your first project an RPG, because it is a lot harder and a lot more expansive than you think. Like, these days, like for example, Joe on our team sometimes laments the fact that we work on platformers because they require so much stuff, and that's like, you have to figure out the physics bit, you have to figure out character rotation, you have to figure out interactions, you have to do all of these different things. And that doesn't sound like a lot sometimes. Like, just, it seems like very basic stuff. But if that's an issue, and if that can cause any kind of like strain working on, imagine an RPG. How many assets, how many things you have to put together just to make that work. How many locations, how many quests you have to add. All of the different characters, all of the different interactions, all of the stories and battles and systems that you have to make. It is a shit ton of work. And the irony of all of this, after me saying that, was that we stopped working on Rhapsody because it was taking too long, and we shifted over to Owlboy because we thought it was a more achievable goal. And we still worked on that for 10 years. And yet, even after me saying all of that, and like, maybe we can laugh a little bit about how we still ended up working for so long on these things. I still think that had we continued working on Rhapsody instead, I don't think we would have gotten anywhere. And it's not because we weren't passionate or trying our best or, you know, working our asses off. It wasn't that we weren't talented enough. It's just, on one hand, we didn't have the experience, and by the time we'd had the experience, we would probably just be like flat on the floor, burnt the hell out from working on that thing. Now, I do have plenty of other projects that are maybe like RPG adjacent that we could look at one day, but I don't think it will be Rhapsody. I think we made the right decision of reevaluating what it is that we wanted to do, and if we ever were to, I don't know, look into something RPG-like, we have a lot more experience to build from and know what to avoid, because boy is there a lot to avoid in making an RPG. I think that's the thing too, is we were kind of lucky in the sense that Owlboy didn't end up becoming our first commercial project. We tried a lot of other things, and then in the middle of it we made Savant Descent, and that ended up being a success, and we could prove that we could make something in a short amount of time, like that game was made in 5 weeks. So it sort of proved to both us and to others that, hey, we can actually do the things that we plan to, and make a plan and complete it. So if that's a lesson, then we'll call it that. I do think that's the unfortunate thing with a lot of the things that I've made, is that kind of what I've said before is that it's a lot easier to make to present an idea than it is to make the actual thing. Like people think they understand how difficult it is to make a video game, but then they try and then they start to understand. Like, making a game is hard, making a good game is extremely hard. And so I have a lot of projects that I've made that like insinuates an idea of a game rather than showcasing the game itself. I have a lot of those, and unfortunately this has ended up with a lot of people being frustrated that they can't play the games that I've sort of hinted at. Like for example, the Chrono Break trailer that I made, or the mock-ups that I've made for other things, the Mega Man projects that I've presented. Like, none of those are real. They are mock-ups, and I make it very clear that they're mock-ups for a reason, because, like, I'm not trying to deceive anyone. But the reason why I can make those is because they're not the real thing. And, like, I've heard quite a few people suggest that, well, can't you just take the assets that you have for, I don't know, Chrono Break or something, and then just make it a real game? And it's like, yes, I could, but you wouldn't be able to play it until maybe 5 or 6 years later. That's what the reality of that kind of request would actually be. And that's only if it works out. What I can do is probably make something that has like RPG-like elements to it, but have it in a different way that's a little bit more manageable. Like, I can be smart about it and make a title that is possible to complete. That I can do. But if you want a game that is practically like, yeah, I just want another Chrono Trigger. Just, can I have one of those, please? Yeah, no, that's insane. Maybe if like you have the whole Square Enix team just come in there and put all of their resources into it, and then get some amazing writers and artists and everything, just slam that thing together, then yes, maybe. Or, you know, you can have a extremely dedicated, passionate group of people come in and make it and be unbelievably lucky. That is also possible. But it's certainly not a casual thing. So that's the main thing I'm trying to get out of this, is that unfortunately these things take a lot of time. And I'm trying to sort of, among other things with these live streams, is just try to demystify a little bit of this process. That there are certainly things that are possible to do, and there are many things that I would love to do. Take these Breath of Fire mock-ups that I have. I have many a time thought maybe I should pull a Chrono Break and make something out of those. Just like one of those mock-ups that I did. Just animate it fully and really go all out just to show how cool it would be to have something like that. But there is the truth that it would give people the impression that this is something that you can just like throw together and make into a complete title, and would give the impression that this might be easy to do because look, all these things are drawn and there's all these backgrounds. I can tell you with some degree of confidence, no, it's not that simple, unfortunately. Now, I have seen some developers that have been very clever with how they piece together their games in a way that makes it manageable. And I always find that really fascinating because if you do it right, nobody noticed. Like, it's completely possible to make relatively simple systems that feel like they're complex. But you have to know what you're doing, and you have to keep your expectations relatively low. And there's a good chance that it won't work, because people are fickle. Like, I've brought up Undertale so many times on this live stream, but it's I think that's the thing about it, is that that game seems obvious now that it's already out, but those systems do not necessarily like there's nothing to indicate that those systems should work, but they were very clever about it, and they had some degree of luck, and it worked out. And good thing too, but there's never a guarantee, unfortunately. Sucks how some of the results of that labor leads to gems that stay hidden or underappreciated. I mean, that is kind of the crux of the modern environment, is that everything has unfortunately shifted to an attention economy. So we are kind of stuck where we are blasted with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of things on the daily, and even if there is something completely amazing and fantastic and great that you would absolutely love, you're probably going to filter it out because you don't have the capacity to sit and think about all of these things at all times, which is a shame, but you know, it is the way it is. Okay, first one down. Next. Let's do the climbing one. I'm assuming that I'm going to have to adjust some of these colors, but they do use some of the same palette, so we will see. Can I just maybe copy over this? Let's see. It's not going to be all of it, but a little bit of it at least. Let's see. So it is... I hadn't changed her hair at this point. It was still the same. Yeah, that works. Okay, we'll hide that for now. Did make a slight adjustment to her bangs here, so we're just going to have to make sure that that's okay. Yeah, the rest looks good. Okay. See, and then, yeah, I think it's the same white that I used, yeah? And the same blue. See, that's blue, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's just grab both of those. Are we all the way through? Wow, okay. Somehow I wasn't expecting us to already be through the Donkey Kong Country soundtrack. Alright. What can we do next? You know what? I'm going for a personal favorite. It was recommended here. Yep, there it is. When in doubt, Mega Man 3. Hey, Jerry, what's up? You know, it's honestly kind of just like a bit of a pedantic conversation, because I feel like it's just people that are on the outside and start whining about something that something random because I don't know, it's just what you do. But I have been seeing discourse, unfortunately, about people now complaining that there's too much focus on Mega Man 2 out of all of the titles, instead of all of the other ones that people grew up with. And I think it's kind of funny, because that's something that I've been confused by since, like, the start of the 90s, was why everyone was so constantly obsessed with Mega Man 2. Because there's so many good titles, and there's so many good mechanics across the series. And of course, the reason why Capcom keeps doing it is because 2 sold the most. And like everything, there's a little bit of obsessiveness about the thing that sold the most, because, well, to shareholders and their planning phases, it makes most sense to focus on the one that seems to be the most popular, at least according to metrics. But I guess other people have caught on to that it's a little strange that they only focus on the one. Like, I mean, personally, I have a bit of a bias towards 3 and the later titles. If I were to pick some top contenders, it would be like 3, Mega Man 7, Mega Man Base are really good. The latter of which is a, like, masterclass in using the limitations of the system it was released for to get all that high sprite fidelity in. Like, the sprites for it is absolutely phenomenal, and I'm way more impressed with that than I am of Mega Man 8. Because they, like, backported it onto the Super Nintendo. Like, they got PlayStation sprites, PlayStation and Saturn sprites on the Super Nintendo. It looks great. Plays better too. Like, just incredible. Really fantastic work. You're one of the few artists I see not using the fill tool. I explained that a little earlier, but yeah, it's because I modify my sketches instead of drawing a new layer. So if I use a fill tool, it's going to be a complete mess in here. Like, it is not going to look pretty. And instead of deliberating too much and trying to find some kind of thing that works as a reliable tool for it, it saves me more time just filling it in by hand. Because I'm going to have to go in and correct all the mistakes that the fill tool will be making. Like, I can demonstrate this live if you want. Okay, because we have this, right? Here's the rope. You see, it doesn't select things properly. Now, the best way I can do it is around 20 with a even selection, and then I can do a cover. Okay, so here we have that, and I'm just going to color pick this because I'm going to be erasing this afterwards. Okay. Bam! Look at that. Great. Except, there's all of these gaps here that you can't see. Like, all of this has, like, little gaps in it that I have to fill in, that I have to fix, because there's all this extra blur here that's kind of difficult to pick up on stream. So now I've done tuning up on that, and it is done. Okay. That took the same amount of time as me just doing it by hand. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, yes, there are edge cases where it could probably be fine for me to just kind of go in and use the selection tool, but I mean, at this point, I'm just doing coloring, so I'm just chilling. Like, I don't really have to worry too much. This is currently a stress-free zone. There we go. The layering in this track is so good, though. Like, they are... The composer is really good at coming in with layered voices for the different sections. It's part of the thing with... That was weird. Part of the thing with this soundtrack in particular is just like... it's very melancholy. It's not quite as chipper as a lot of other Mega Man soundtracks. And I like how it has sort of like... It's almost like it's doing a duet with itself. I don't know. It's a very charming soundtrack to me. I didn't know you streamed. How's it going? I think you're like the fifth person that has added this today. Yeah, no, it's going well. We're having a good time here. We've entered the coloring portion of the stream. But yeah, it's really good that people are discovering that I stream every once in a while. Again, I don't do it particularly often, but when I do, it tends to be somewhere in the ballpark of like 3 to 4 hours. So, it's mostly just painting something casual that's not particularly work-related, and just shooting the shit for a bit. Have you been streaming for a while? Chat, how long have I been streaming? Because... it has been a while. I think... Oh boy. When was my first live stream? That was a long time ago, wasn't it? It's at the very least been in the ballpark of like 5 to 7 years, I think. If I'm being perfectly honest with you, I've lost count. But yeah, I've been streaming for a long time. I think the main reason people haven't caught on all that much is, on one hand, I don't have a schedule, so this is not like a regular thing I do. I just do it at random. I also haven't had a VOD channel, and my very, very first live streams, I didn't even record those. They popped up on Twitch and then they were erased. So I only have archives as far back as, I believe, 2019. So I'm slowly going to be uploading those to my VOD channel. But until I have a little bit more spare time, that's going to be difficult to do. So I have to vet all of that, and it's... genuinely, we're talking like maybe 300 hours of footage that I have to sit through. So, at present, I'm uploading the current batch of live streams. So I'm currently working my way through the backlog of the past 5, and then there's a couple of others that are up right now. So I think I have about 7 videos that are public. But yeah, that's mainly the reason why people haven't seen much, I think. Still thinking about your Chrono Trigger video. As do I. It was a lot of fun to work on. But I think a lot of the reason why I had the opportunity to do that was because we were done with Owlboy at the time. So I had a little bit more time on my hand and I could kind of sit and mess with stuff if I felt like it. These days that's a little harder to do simply because we are nearing deadlines for Vikings and Trampolines, but once Vikings and Trampolines is out, maybe I can mess around with some stuff again. We'll see. But yeah, obligatory, it would be a lot of fun to work in an RPG and all of that. Like, I think that would be a good time, but again, it would have to be in a form that would be possible to complete, so I think that's the main thing, just trying to figure out a way to make that happen where it wouldn't just be all-consuming. And I mean, besides, I do have quite a few other games that are slated for us to be picked up. I think I have work cut out for me for many, many years moving forward. It just depends on if it fits the current environment or not. I mean, truth be told, I don't even know if there's an environment for Vikings and Trampolines, but we're trying it. And hopefully that'll work out. Let's see. That... You know what, I'm gonna wait a little bit with the other colors so that I can make sure that that gray is the tone that I want it to be. Wish I could remember the first stream I watched of yours. I don't recall what the first thing I streamed was. I know that me and Julie played a little bit of multiplayer sometimes. I think one of the first things that I streamed was Harmful Park on the PlayStation. And I remember it because it was such a weird choice to pick. We also played a little bit of, what was it? Need for Speed Hot Pursuit on... No, it was Need for Speed 2, yeah. And I remember I started the first attempt at a playthrough of Breath of Fire 4. So if you look at the clips on the channel, that's probably one of the first things that pops up is Breath of Fire 4. So I know that was one of the first things that I streamed. I think I tried to do art very early, but my art setup was not quite as professional as it is now, so... It's a lot of choices. Another one that needs a sequel. I mean... Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Yeah, I mean, oh, why didn't that work? Yeah. Yeah, it definitely needs a sequel. Would be neat. There was a mobile game or something, but Japan only. Yeah, that was Breath of Fire 6. Why they made it a named entry, I do not know. If I remember correctly, it was supposed to be something else, and then, I think just to give it a shot, or a chance to succeed, they named it 6. It's probably not the wisest choice. I mean, I understand that it can be difficult to make those calls sometimes, but I think it might have given the wrong idea. I do genuinely think that there are quite a few people that are very, very fond of the Breath of Fire series. It's just, it's been so long that it's tough to sort of figure out how to start that train back up again. Like, how do you reintroduce an entire new generation to Breath of Fire? And like, part of the challenge is that the easier thing would just be to take something that's popular right now and just keep that train running instead. And that's exactly what they've done. If you look at what they've been doing with Monster Hunter, like Monster Hunter Stories, I think it was, is very, like, it's not Breath of Fire coded, but it's certainly, like, it even has some elements that you could misconstrue as, like, Mega Man Legends coded. Like, there are elements here that feel like they are, they could be overlapping. Like, why would you make a new Legends game if you could just make a new Monster Hunter and just sort of give it that same feeling? Because an entirely new generation would recognize that a lot more. And I think that's the same thing with Breath of Fire. Like, okay, it's already difficult to make a gigantic RPG series. Like, RPGs take a truckload of work to make. So why not make sure that it has the best rate of success possible? Well, what if the entire game is just Monster Hunter instead? Something else adjacent that's similar to it. I feel like that's kind of what most of these companies do these days. It's just like, it feels like they are so big at this point that it's tough to greenlight anything that isn't a known franchise. That's really unfortunate. It would be nice if you had something like Breath of Fire, and then you hand that off to someone else to do something with it. But that's not really how things work. Like, there's no downside to a company just kind of sitting on a property. Like, if it just happens to have a revival, that kind of thing. Yeah. It's sort of like... I think about this sometimes, and it's really weird because it's it pops into my head like, every now and then how weird it is, the fact that Microsoft owns Space Quest. What a weird thing that is. The fact that, okay, Space Quest and Police Quest and King's Quest and all of those Quest games were created by Sierra. And then Sierra was bought out by Activision. And then Activision bought out a bunch of companies, so technically Blizzard owns King's Quest. And then Microsoft bought all of those companies. So, in the end of this whole thing, Microsoft owns King's Quest and Space Quest. And it's just... they're never gonna do anything with that. Like, what on earth are they gonna use that for? What possible value could they have out of owning those IPs? But at the same time, there's no downside to them just hoarding that for later. And I'm thinking about that because, like, I think 14, 15 years ago, I backed Space Venture, which were the original creators came back and wanted to make a new Space Quest. And they didn't have the license to make a new Space Quest, so they just named it something else. You know, the whole spiel of Kickstarter and everything. And from what I saw, it didn't go particularly well. But, I mean, that's just the thing with video game development sometimes. It doesn't always work out. But it's still weird that they created the thing and they can't use the name. And the people that are that own all these IPs are never in their entire lives going to use that for anything. Like, this isn't like a what would be an example? Like a Castlevania situation where Konami might actually release a Castlevania game or two. Like, there is no way in absolute hell that Microsoft is going to drop everything and be like, hell yes, we are finally making a new Police Quest entry or whatever. It's just, what? There's no way. Anyway. Hey Raiders, what's up? You sure picked the time to show up, didn't you? How are you doing? Got a good stream over there? What have you guys been up to? We are currently just finishing up painting the colors for all of these clothing lineups that I've been doing. Scanning bullocks. Alright, well, we got that sorted. Well, congratulations. I hope they were lump-free. Anywho, I am, at the very least, attempting to get this one done. If I'm lucky, I can get all 4 done before we have to wrap up for tonight. Shouldn't be too far along, you know. Alexander was digitally scanning some of his artworks where we all debated AI art. Ah, yes. The great equalizer. I mean, scanning art is quite a laborious process, isn't it? You guys have probably been busy for a while. Yeah, no, it's been mostly chill over here. I've had pretty much all of this line art nearly done since the start of the stream, but it takes a while to get started. But now we're at the chill part of the segment where we just get to color in everything, and I get to babble about things that I have somehow observed and I'm going to subject you to as well. Now, I was babbling about something right before everyone arrived. Much rum was consumed. Ah, okay. I see. Well. It's a little bit too late for rum on these parts, but maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow can be a rum day. Let's see, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, freaking weird that Microsoft owns the rights to Space Quest. I still can't get over that one. Then again, now that I think about it, they might not anymore, considering that they seem to be selling off assets again. So, that might not be the case for long. You just remind me of something really weird. I got an email the other day from let's keep this as vague as possible, a prominent video game company sent me an email asking if I was available to make some backgrounds for them. And the thing is, I have no way of knowing if this is real. There's no possible way that I can verify whether or not this is an actual human being without starting up this conversation and start asking for proof. And that was a very weird feeling today. Just that we're at that point where this could be a potential job offer that is sitting in my inbox, and I'm probably just gonna have to leave it, because there is no way that I can trust anything this person says to me. I like your color palette. It reminds me of He-Man era animations. That is exactly what I was going for, yes. I am mimicking the look of cell animation. So there's a very particular kind of feel that I've been going for with all of these artworks. So I'm glad to hear that it struck the correct chord. still accept freelance with your schedule? It depends on what it is. Like I've received some offers that are, at the very least, entertaining, and that I'm willing to indulge in if it strikes my fancy. There's a couple of jobs that are also from prominent partners that I'm willing to put off a little bit of extra time if it fits. Of course, generally when I get asked like, "Hey, do you do freelance?" It becomes very not so lucrative for people very quickly, because if I'm going to do a side gig, I have to be paid the either more or at the very least an equivalent of what I would be paid by my company during that time. Because why am I doing a job for you that is going to be worth less than me just doing the job that I already am doing? Like, I'm going out of my way to help you with something that you need right now. I need to be fairly compensated for that work if I'm going to put in the time. And I don't think people expect that a lot of times. It's like, oh wait, there's actually a negotiating leverage here. Like, you're not going to be paid peanuts for something, because yeah, no, I have a real job with a regular paycheck from what I do on the regular. So of course I'm going to expect to be paid either more or an equivalent. So it's very rare that I get an offer where that's actually the case, where someone is willing to work with those parameters in mind. And often, sometimes, the job is just not particularly exciting. If it's just kind of a generic project where it's like, you could draw some crates for me, and I'm like, you know what? I'm already doing that, so I think I'm good. But if it's something that's actually fun, then yeah, I can be down for that. Alright, we're out of soundtrack again. I am going for a classic, and we are playing Turtles 3. Bam! Decision made. Whoa, that sound sample. I think legitimately Konami has completely formed my idea of what the Turtles are, more so than anything that has actually come out of the official Turtles stuff. Like, my association with the music and characterization and all that I think is interesting and neat about those characters, I think, if I'm being honest with myself, probably came from Konami. Like, if you say something like, what do you associate Turtles music with? It's gonna be the NES and SNES games. It's certainly not gonna be their, like, live tour band that they did sometime in the, like, late 80s. And if it is, it's going to be the one reference that's in Turtles in Time. Because they did reference one of their tracks. It's in the ending theme. And that's probably going to be the extent of it. Well, there's one exception. The intro theme. Konami didn't invent that one. I always tell my favorite was Donatello, and they ask why, and it's the post that flips through the walls in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the NES. Yep, I had the same thing. He was also always the best in every game because he had the most reach. Though, I did always play Raphael, even though he had the shortest reach, because I was a child and I love the color red. The simpler times. Which is your favorite? It's the one that's red. To it. Let's see. I'd say we have maybe like 15 to 20 minutes left. The way they sneak in line motifs in the soundtrack. There's so much complex stuff that happens in these games. Like it's downright incredible to me, the work that they did. Just going back to this track again, real quick. Real quick. Let's see. This part in particular, just listen to the way that the arpeggio works. That is not simple to do. To make it both chaotic and come out as a clear theme that you can hear. Like, there's so many layers to how they created this music. And even though, like, yes, the soundtracks are essentially, like beach music, all of it. On one hand, amazing choice, just straight up. But it's so much more than that. Like, I've listened to a lot of NES music, and it's not difficult to just make a soundtrack where you have a beating drum, where you sort of just get the rhythm going. Like, there is no shortage of soundtracks that's just that. That's not difficult to do. But the nuance of these tracks, I don't know. I could wax on about these for ages, but I think I'll just leave it to saying that they are very well done. And I mean, there's there's multiple composers that are involved in these projects, so I can't just point to a single person that's responsible for all of it. But I think that's also what makes it so impressive, is the fact that they found that synergy in all of these tracks. And I mean, it's not just this soundtrack either. Like, yeah, I bring up Turtles in Time or the arcade game or whatever else, but there's a bunch of Turtles games on the Game Boy that have just fantastic soundtracks, and they go way harder than they needed to. Like, there's some chord progressions there that, like, if that was played in an actual band, that would be incredible to listen to. But because it's a random game on the Game Boy, it's just not recognized as such. It's just like, oh, cool music. Like, they are unbelievably skilled. It's not quite the same thing, because it's a very different skill, but I'm reminded of, oh, what is his name again? What is his name? I think it was early Tim Fallen, because like, most people are familiar with his work on stuff like Pictionary and Plock and all of that. But most people are not familiar with his work on things like the ZX Spectrum and a bunch of consoles that only had a single sound channel. Like, we're talking true mono sound, just one channel that could bleep, and that was all he had to work with. And I kid you not, he's made tracks that he's able to simulate 3 different channels on it by manipulating in-between steps. So he's done stuff like create harmonizations. The problem is, the output is really just bleeps. So it just runs your ears through a cheese grater. Like, it is painful, downright painful to listen to. But it's also so unbelievably impressive. And yet, it's just in some random game. And it barely has any recognition, and barely anyone played it. So therefore, it's not recognized as, like, the achievement that it is. And I feel like that's kind of the thing with games like this. Like, Turtles 3 on the NES, like, it feels weird to like advocate for a soundtrack like this and, like, say, look at what all the stuff that they're doing here. Listen to the ways that they manage to sort of build the notes, and all of the creative ways that they play the chords here. Like, they could have gone for something simple, but they did something really complicated. But then you also have to say the words, listen to this really cool Turtles soundtrack on the NES. Like, that's the challenge. Like, it's difficult to advocate for as an art form. I think that's the interesting thing about these are not, you know, highbrow productions. It's difficult to categorize these things as like conventional art in the sense of like, creating it purely for an expression, because they are for-profit products, and you can't avoid that whole thing. But at the very least, you can recognize that the things that were done here were very skillfully done. Should I just shade these? Yeah, you know, that's cleaner. It's a lot cleaner. I'll just do that. What are you doing, and why is it like a backwards concept art of outfits since you have already used them in complete art pieces before? Well, the short version is that I have drawn all these outfits without any particular planning. I just make stuff up as I go along, because that's kind of the point of this art project. And I thought it would be interesting to revisit the designs just to see if they work just standing by themselves. That's really the main gist of it. Now there's plenty of other things that I could be doing right now. This is just kind of like a chill out thing before I zonk out for the night. I have a secret project that I've been fiddling with a little bit that I was planning to add some animations to. The problem is whenever I start doing like my secret side project gigs, I never get any recovery time. Like, I really do need to take my weekends and not think about random work if I can. So I do stuff like this instead. So it keeps me sharp, and I still get the opportunity to breathe a little bit. Making Falcon Girl. No, I'm just making an Owlboy sequel. No big deal. I think this shadow goes here, right? Now, there is some seam issue right there. This is kind of what I mean. When I'm trying to add extra colors to things. This is kind of what I was talking about with the shading issue. Is that you sometimes get this like weird overlap unless I do it by hand, and sometimes this happens anyway. So you just kind of have to try your best not to have that happen if you can. Okay, that is still happening. Why does that still happen? Is it because there's like a... Yeah, that was genuinely just like a color overlap. That was wrong. Okay. Should that be like that, or should I just... Yeah. You know what? Yeah. In this case, there's so much other detail, it's better if I keep it clean. when I'm doing this in this cell animation style, readability is king, I think. Gotta make sure that I don't... Because there have been Mira art that I've done where I've tried to add like a little bit of extra definition while still using just one bit of shading, and it doesn't always come out too great. Like this one in particular, I remember here I feel like I added a bit too much shading, and the thighs and everything came out like round and everything, but I felt like there was a bit too much detail here, so simplifying, I think, helps. I heard a pro pixel artist claim that pixel art, due to the nature of the medium, is inherently immune to AI replication. Do you think there's any truth to that? Oh no, that's nonsense. It's not immune to it in any way, shape, or form. Because AI art doesn't create anything, it's a fill tool. So the way that it works is that it just copies images and then smashes them together. And eventually, like, with enough, like, water and soil and other people's work churned into it with a bunch of human input, because there always is human input, they can probably eventually figure out a formula to have it spit out a just slightly modified version of something that already exists. Which means they will probably be able to do that with pixel art eventually as well. Because you have to remember, there's nothing magic about AI. Take something that is already there, and then you give it some parameters to smash some things together, and then you get an output. Like, all this stuff about, well, we don't know what's going to come out when it once we put it in there. Yes, you do. That's what your entire job is about. Because you know what's going in, so you know what's coming out. And what's coming out is someone else's art. And if you have an equivalent filter that detects a very particular thing that you want the output to be, then that output can be pixel art. So, to me, the question is really not, like, is anyone protected from this thing? It's more so, is anyone willing to actually defend copyright? Because that's really all this discussion is about. Like, does copyright matter to you? Does you having an ownership to the things that you make matter? And is it worth enforcing that upon people with more money than sense? And if the answer is yes, that actually matters, then okay, then you probably need to do some work on putting those protections in. Because that's the only, like, immunity, is exercising your right of the work that you created. So it's like, if the technology as it's currently being used is allowed to flourish, then yeah, eventually it will find a way to replicate it. Like, sure, there's going to be nuances to this discussion, but I think at this point, and I've probably mentioned this before, but I'm kind of past the point of mincing words about, you know, AI systems and all of that, because I don't feel like it's a useful discussion. Because I feel like all of these breaches on people's right to the value of their own work lives in that in-between space of ambiguity. Like, the fact that there's so many people that do not care what artists' work is worth and do not care to fairly compensate them is part of the reason why these sorts of violations have been allowed to flourish. So it's not that I don't recognize that there are maybe smaller nuances that you can discuss about this tech and all of that. It's more so, at this point, I don't find it particularly useful to deliberate on. For me, at this point, it's just a hard no, and then you can sort out the other stuff afterwards. Unfortunately, that's kind of the thing, though, is that me not supporting this in the slightest and being very against it is probably not going to have that much of an impact, because, well, the richest people on Earth are manning this thing, and they seem to be perfectly fine with breaking every rule in the book. But I'm certainly not going to sit here and think that it's a good time, you know? Like, I have family members that will actively advocate for and spread the use of this stuff, and knowing full well that it I mean, I'm not even going to say that it impacts me directly, but it impacts people that I care about, and there's no thought given to it whatsoever. So it's really easy to just kind of let yourself live in that ambiguity and just not think too hard about it. Anywho, that's about enough of that, I think. That should be that for this one. So that's colored now. Yeah, that turned out pretty good, I think. It's just simple enough that it's not too much, but with a little bit of detail here and there. However, we are getting slowly towards 11:30, and I would like some downtime after I finish this live stream. So, just for safety's sake, I think I'm going to call it here, and then we'll see how far we get. Oh shit, I just missed something. I'm going to get that before I go, because otherwise I will be quite disappointed. Let's see, we're just going to throw this in there real quick. So there's that, and then there's this, and this needs to be covered. Can't believe I missed this, holy crap. Well, it's a really simple thing, so this should only take me like a couple of seconds, thankfully. It's just the rope being a little bit blank. So there's an overlap right there that I can get. And we have another one right here. And then finally we have the last one, which should go roughly like that. And there we go. And I see there's a little bit of misalignment, which was the thing I was talking about. Ironically, the thing that I use as an example for how the colors might sometimes miss. So there's some direct proof of that, I guess. And There we are. All right. That's that. Hit and save on that. And I don't know if I'm going to be doing another live stream of this. I do not have the opportunity to do it tomorrow unless I do it really early. So we're just going to have to see. But I think that will have to do for now. All right. Well, that was a 4-hour live stream, I think. So, again, not entirely sure what will happen next here because I will not have the time to stream tomorrow, but depending on how things goes, I'm going to make an educated guess that next week I'm going to be pretty busy. There's a lot of things happening, and there's some things up in the air that I still haven't made a decision on, so this might be the last thing you hear from me for a little bit before I have more time to sort of sit and chat. But maybe I'll finish some of these bits to color on my own. We'll just see. If I do, well, then I'll be uploading that on whatever social media channel I'm on. You can always find me. You just search Snakepixel and I'll be the first thing that shows up. Anywho, that'll be it for me tonight. You know the drill. Either follow me here on social media or wherever, and that'll be it for me. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you all, and I will see you next time. Goodbye.
Bring harm.